5 has grabbed the lead around the first turn, but Deflator wants the lead, and the veteran Deflator feeling spry on this humid Wednesday in Shakopee. Deflator takes the lead, runs away by 2. Mount Zerar is second, about the same distance clear from Ambiguous, and that one's to the inside of North Arm Bay. Up the barn side they go as they head north on the Canterbury Park backstretch. It is Deflator leading the way by 2. Deflator at 5-1 by 2 from the 1. Mount Zerar, that one's cutting into the margin stride by stride. 3.5 lengths back to Ambiguous, and as they head north, North Arm Bay's hoping not to head south. 7 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn they go. It is Deflator, the 10-year-old, still in hand and in command. Deflator from Mount Zerar, who's offering a bid to the outside, and the favorites on the move. 4-5 Mount Zerar to the outside of 5-1 Deflator. Those two right together. 6 lengths clear from Ambiguous, and North Arm Bay is 9 out of it, and they're coming home now. Mount Zerar is leading it tenuously. Deflator attempting to fight back, but the 10-year-old's watching the favorite run away. Mount Zerar from a tenacious Deflator, and a mile back to Ambiguous. Mount Zerar kind of hanging around Deflator. This 10-year-old's giving everything, but it's not good enough. Mount Zerar wins. In, and they're racing. And from the 2 spots, Sunshine Fever, unseen in 9 months, flashes speed, and so does Shy at 9-5, right next to the rail. Then it's the Irish Accelerina, headstrong to the outside of Shy, 1-7, corner 1-2. Outside of them, 3 wide, is Whimsical Air, and even farther out is Ms. Callie, 4 wide around the turn. Sunshine Fever, rider has the patriotic colors, creeps up to be 4 out of it, and about 2.5 clear from Rollin' Blackout. That one's to the inside of Flat Out Fancy, who's in the clear, being pushed on a bit. Behind them is Church Pew, about 8 lengths from the lead into the inside of Shemaville, and they're all packed together, separated by 8 with a half mile to go. Number 1 is number 1 in the shape of Shy. It is Shy by a half. Accelerina in second by a length and a half. Whimsical Air is shoved on by Daniel Vergara, third, but having to work to hold it, about 3.5 out as Shy threatens to run away. Then it's Rollin' Blackout on the move, 4 lengths from the front. Wide is Ms. Callie, rider has the greenish colors. Sunshine Fever off the layoff comes creeping through. Behind that one is stablemate Church Pew, waiting for the light of day, and Shy still is the one to catch. Rollin' Blackout at 25-1 comes surging on the outside. Rollin' Blackout has knocked them out. Rollin' Blackout and Constantino Roman prevail. Church Pew flies up to get second at 15-1. And they're racing. Another wonderful start. And 49er Gold looks to grab all the gold in race number 3, popping the gate on the wide side. But here comes Superstar Swank. Superstar Swank zooming through on the inside to take the lead by a neck. Community Service along that one. In between them is Bavaria Road, and 4 equine athletes stampede into the far turn together. After that, we have Mid-Cat shoved on 7 out of it to the inside of Waning Crescent, and outside of them is Duncan Run. Not keeping up to this stage is Jetstream, about 13 out of it. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Bavaria Road between them, trying to poke the nose in front. Community Service still giving to the inside. 49er Gold still right in the thick of it to the outside at 9-5. That's still the one to beat. Behind that one, Superstar Swank about 2.5 lengths out of it. Then it's Mid-Cat and a late charge from Duncan Run. They're into the final 150. 2 have separated themselves. Bavaria Road locked in battle with 49er Gold. Bavaria Road and 49er Gold. Bavaria Road finds the highway home. And they're racing. Angels Magic, the Minnesotan, is out quickly, and Angels Magic from the 2 spot in search of the lead and gets it and puts the pedal to the metal, opening up by 5 in front of us for the first time at 6-5. It's a headstrong Angels Magic spreading the wings and flying away. After that, we have Hard Love to the outside of Flint Stroll. And as they corner, Angels Magic's lead is ever widening. It's nearing 10. After that, we have War Chest. The 10-year-old is 10 lengths out of it, overtaken by Hard Love and joined by Thick Haze. And the one in last is My Calante. Up the barn side they go as Eduardo Gallardo attempts to get the headstrong Angels Magic to slow down. And now the lead is 5. In second is Flint Stroll. After that, War Chest advancing. And advancing to the inside of Thick Haze. Outside of them is Hard Love. And My Calante is moving in from last as Angels Magic is more reasonably held now. The lead is 2.5 for the favorite. Right behind that one, Flint Stroll. Now all the runners are separated by 7. And they cut off the far turn. Angels Magic trying to sail wire to wire. Flint Stroll strolls up alongside to the outside. Then we come to Thick Haze. The veteran is shoved on to the outside of fellow veteran War Chest. Then it's My Calante, and outside of that is Hard Love. Angels Magic went so fast and now needs to repel the challenge of Flint Stroll. This one is 4-1 and strolls by. Flint Stroll from Angels Magic. After that is Thick Haze. Flint Stroll prevails in race number 4. 1-2-5. And they're racing. Swift beginning for Arma Dioro, but that lead has been ceded. Secret Potion took it for a second. Now Capture the Time and Sir Sterling go 1-2 as they link up with the main track. It is 6, 7, 4, 8, 2, 5, 3, 9, and they're covered by 13. Up the barn side they go. Capture capture the time, trying to capture the money, doing it reasonably. Secret Potion comes sneaking through to the inside. Secret Potion within a half. Sir Sterling is the one to the outside of the leader. Ryder has the orange helmet cover and is creeping up on the pace setting Capture the Time. Between them, Arma Dioro, and that one's to the inside of 86 Chevy, who's revving up but circumnavigating off the far turn. Behind them, 10th Street Dawn, about 7 out of it. Now asked for run, 3.5 clear from Euromantic, and Truth Seekers beginning to run on rather fast. The 9's on the move, 8 out of it. They pack up as they head for home and come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Up goes Sir Sterling, the pesky Minnesotan. Outside of that, Secret Potion. Farther out, Arma Dioro. 10th Street Dawn has a lot of work to do. And on the far outside, Truth Seeker continues to surge in. Sir Sterling, and Arma Dioro. Oh, the 2 nipped the 7 at the wire. And they're racing in this turf dash from the 9 hole. Hey, look me over as speed. And so does stablemate Raquel Blue, pokes the nose in front. But now the gray to the inside. Regal Majesty pushes the pace and takes the lead. After that, Red Volta 5 lengths from the front and about 1.5 lengths clear from American Fairy Tale, trapped to the inside and overtaken by Sky Raven. Then we come back about 2.5 to Ruby's Posse, and that one is 10 lengths from the lead, 1 clear from the Irish Night Blue, and way back in last, Fly Without Cupid. Up top, Regal Majesty shows the way, and outside of that, Hey, Look Me Over. Then it's Raquel Blue between them, late charge perhaps by Sky Raven. Down to 2 apparently. Here comes Hey, Look Me Over, trying to run down Regal Majesty, who's 21-1. Regal Majesty, Hey, Look Me Over. Tight photo. Inside prop. Go. Rough beginning for the 5, good beginning for Dangerous One, great beginning for I'm Done Gone, and between them, Runaway with James. After that, Half a House. Meanwhile, Just Fun and Fancy surges. Count. And they're racing. Dickie Bob came off sweetly. So did Relentless Legacy, the stablemate. Inside of that, we have Rompe Coronones. It is Dickie Bob, the classy veteran, makes his swan song. Racing in the lucky last, slow beginning for BP April and June. Recio came out tough, and so did Brother Tommy and Stellan Eagle to the outside. It is Recio prevailing.
A good afternoon and welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. The rain has subsided. We are delayed by a few minutes, but it is time to get to a 10-race card on a main track that is muddy, and we are off the turf. Muddy on the main track and off the turf tonight at Canterbury. Let's get to the changes. We'll start in race 1, which starts the 50-cent pick 4. No changes in the lid lifter. Race 1 free and clear. Race 2 starts the 10% takeout pick 5, a pick 5 that paid over $40,000 a week and change ago. Takeout number 4, Mighty Matty. Takeout the 6, Too Hot to Stop. And do note, it's going to be run 1 mile on that muddy main track. Race 3 at 7 furlongs on the muddy track with no changes. No changes in the third. Race number 4 will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. Take out the 1, Sarge's Sermon, the 2, Pacific Theater, the 8, Shotgun Runner. 1, 2, and 8 are all scratched in race number 4. Race 5, take out the 6, The Last Moxie. Race 5, take out 6. Race 6, 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 8, Flight on Race Day, and the 9, CC's Heart. Make the jockey Leslie Mowing on number 2, Overcast. Mowing on the 2, take out that 8 and 9 in the 6th. Race 7, mile and 70 yards, main track. Take out the 1, Magoo, the 2, Brit Blitz, and the 8, Sonic Speed. Number 4, Juan Colorado, now ridden by Harry Hernandez. 1, 2, and 8 are out. Double H on the 4 in race 7. Our final 3 races tonight, 8, 9, and 10. All of the quarter horse variety, after we do note that 7th race, again, mile and 70 on the main track. 8, 9, and 10 quarter horse dashes. These are trial races. Take out in race 8, number 5, Relentless Mogul. With the scratch of the Mogul, no show, no try, no super in the 8th. Dr. Dan's late daily double starts in race number 9. And there are no changes. No changes in that 9th race. And the final change on the card, a jockey change. In race 10, number 5, Rowdy, now ridden by Angel Ramirez. Up next today at the races from the studio to get you ready for a big night of racing here at Canterbury Park.
Well, good evening. Welcome to Canterbury Park on a beautiful Wednesday evening here. A little bit of rain, but it's passed through Shakopee. I mean, okay, a lot of rain. It's passed through Shakopee. The main track is sloppy. There's standing water. We call that sloppy. And we're off the turf course. But we're back in action after an extreme heat wave, oppressive heat. I went out on the track on Saturday when we canceled at around post time, and the heat index was 109, Angela.
Yeah, it was like sweltering. And now, of course, the East is experiencing all of that. We tried to warn you, but Florida, you can have your weather back anytime now. And apparently they did, because we have a lot of rain that came in earlier today, but they've been working on the track. And we do start again sloppy, but take note of all those changes that Kevin gave you. Only one of them coming in the quarter horse races, and we'll talk about those in a little bit. But first, let's do a recap, because it has been a little while since we've been at this. Leading rider Harry Hernandez now 8 ahead of Fausto da Silva. One of your favorite riders, Constantino Roman, makes it a tie in third with Alonso Quinones, but it stayed pretty close. I mean, really, Harry Hernandez has had a ton of mounts. He's won a ton of races, but it's not exactly a runaway, and there are going to be some changes in this, I'm sure, this weekend with how many mounts all these guys have.
Right. It's a competitive jockey colony, so it's good to see. You can go 10 deep and not be lacking in talent.
That's true.
And with the trainers, well, Jose Silva Jr. still on top.
Yeah, Jose Silva Jr. still putting multiple horses in a lot of races, and races that they fit very well, and those results are showing, as he is our leading trainer by a few. Now, Tim Padilla and Joel Burnt both heated up a little bit to go take second. Mac Robertson just one behind them, but still very close, and we talked about this at the beginning of the season. That one is going to come right down to the wire.
Here's a look at the quarter horse standings, and guess who's not leading right now? Jason Olmstead. He's in second. Haley Hobbs with a couple of wins as a trainer, and Fernando Fonseca Soto rode both of them.
Well, you're the resident quarter horse expert. Will these standings look like this, or will there be a change of guard, do you think, in either the jockey or trainer standings?
Well, Jason Olmstead is loaded in tonight's trials, but I think Haley has got a nice Minnesota bred too. Now we'll have to see how you think the track is going to play with the rain, and whether it dries out or whether it continues to stay wet and sloppy. That may make a difference, but they both have horses that can win. Now here's a look at our calendar, and we added a day because we lost 2 days. We canceled Saturday and Sunday due to heat. We immediately added next Wednesday, July 2nd, so the horses that were scheduled to run had a chance to re-enter and get back in, and a lot of them did. So we're going to be running after tonight, starting Saturday, 6 of 8 days.
Right. I mean, take a look. Here's the schedule as it sits right now. I mean, we're right here at the end of June, but that is the 2nd that's added on. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 9th, 10th, all kinds of racing in the beginning of July, and a lot of events that do go with that. So if you want to try to pick out a day, you've got a lot of different choices as far as what you like to do at the track. And check that out at canterburypark.com.
The first of those 6 days begins on Saturday, and we've got 3 of the turf stakes that we were to run on Northern Stars Turf Festival last Saturday that were canceled. They brought them back. They let horses enter and re-enter, and they redrew, and this is what we've got. The Brooks Fields, $50,000, 1 mile on the turf.
Yes, and this one really didn't change a whole bunch. The post positions will make a little bit of a difference to me, because I liked Saline River because I thought he was going to be able to save some ground on the inside. He has a bit of speed. That all changes, and now you have speed, speed, speed. Speed. I mean, they're a little more spread out. They were packed on the inside before. If that changes your opinion, I'd say it maybe gives the advantage to Tonka Warrior, but nonetheless an interesting puzzle despite a little bit smaller field than the Canterbury Derby.
Canterbury Derby, that grew in size.
Yes, that did. Innately Good has been thrown into this field, and he faced Elders last time, did so on a yielding turf course. I know you fancy this horse, Innately Good. I'm going to stick with Canyon Streak, but why do you like Innately Good?
Well, I just think the numbers stack up. The horse ran against older horses and ran very well at Tampa. And I just think the horse at a price, and I look at the morning line, it's 10-1. I mean, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Our turf races have brought in plenty of prices, even over the early part of our season, and Innately Good will be a much healthier price, I think, than Canyon Streak. Now, the Lady Canterbury.
One of our favorite races, and one that does bring in prices historically. Now, last year, throw that out, we were off the turf, and there was a 3-horse field, and Thunder's Rock and Roll, who's back to defend that title, just kind of ran away with it. But historically, the favorite does not win the Lady Canterbury.
And no, I think 6 times in all of its runnings, and there have been a lot more than 6. And don't be afraid to take a local horse either. There is going to be a mix-up with some of the posts that you do see in here. Gypsy Reward is going to go in here now, too. She's 6-1 on the morning line, but she and Eddie Gallardo are going to take a shot at this field. Obviously, a compliment to her form because her stablemate Cupid's Crush is in this bunch as well. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the party girl is back in there, and she will definitely be a part of the pace.
Absolutely. So that's all Saturday, and that's going to be a very, very fun evening of racing. Lots of other action coming up, too. On Sunday, we've got the Sweet Tooth Festival, and we rescheduled the Basset Hounds. So we're going to have, that's like a 2-for-1 on Sunday when we race at 1 o'clock. That should be a big crowd.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If your kids like the sweets, if they like dogs, bam, they're both going to be here on Sunday. And there's going to be a lot to pick from in that respect, too. So make sure you get out here early. There's a couple of heats of Basset Hounds, but sometimes they run out of those sweets when they're really good, and there are going to be a lot of good things here on Sunday.
As we said, we run on Wednesday then, the July 2nd at 5 o'clock, and then we have a special 4 o'clock post time on July 3rd because...
well, we have fireworks. Check it out. The Quick Trip Fireworks Spectacular is coming back on July 3rd, and if you have not seen it, words aren't going to do it justice. It is a wonderful show. We put music to it. You get a beautiful view wherever you are in the facility, and it goes on the 3rd. So your 4th plans are unfettered, and you get to kick off your holiday a little bit earlier here with us. It is a really fun night. Come join.
The best fireworks show in the Twin Cities, hand down. Not one of the best. The best.
The very best there is.
Absolutely. Free pass performances. You want to do your own handicapping? You want to take a look at horses and make your own selections? Go to brisnet.com. Just select free pass performances. You can download each and every day of racing at brisnet.com.
All right. Well, this is my bet of the day, and it is actually a dollar pick 3. We can't do 50 centers here, but it starts with the quarter horses. Why not? We have trials going tonight, and we'll start right off. I want your thoughts on this. We're going to rapid fire through it. The first one, I went 2-4. Louisiana Down Perry and Jenny D. One from the Hobbs barn, one from the Olmsted barn. Just give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Can we move along? Race 9. We go 4-5. Hollywood Relentless Lady. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay. Now to finish things off, 1, 2, and 5, Streaking Me Corazon, McGregor, and Rowdy, a first-time starter, are going to fill out this pick 3 for me. What do you say?
You've got it covered.
Okay, there you go. You got the Jeff Madej seal of approval, and that starts late in the card, but earlier in the card, well, we got to pick 5.
10% takeout. That's the amount of money that's taken out of each bet. Like some bets might have a 23% takeout, 15 or whatever. But at Canterbury Park with this pick 5, it begins in race 2 every day. And as a matter of fact, we're going to have 2 of those on Saturday. That's a different story. But tonight, race 2, only 10% is taken out. That means more money back to the winner, and you can bet it for 50 cents. And what did it pay? A 50-cent bet last week paid what?
Yeah, $41,000. There were 2 winning tickets that day. See if you can get one of those winners tonight because they pay, and they pay a little more because we take a little less.
Absolutely. Now we're 12 minutes away from race number 1. I think I like the 3 Classify in here. How about you? We're going to go to Kevin here shortly, but I think Classify's got a pretty big shot.
I actually took Street Warrior on the outside, and he took a little bit of
love
money.
that Street Warrior.
I am a bit of an apologist, but I like some of the... Joel Byrne's been taking a couple of his horses and running them either on the surface they don't prefer or maybe a distance longer than they would like to go, and he's getting a lot of fitness into them that way. I believe Frosty View is another horse that he did that with who got a hard race in Chicago. So did Street Warrior. I think being towards the outside is going to be helpful, at least early in the card. And Street Warrior, I think, is going to love every bit of the conditions and the pace. He should be able to stay clear on the outside. 5-2 would be just fine for me.
Well, Kevin Gorg followed these horses over from the backside. Watch them being saddled. He's got a body language lean on these horses. So when you want to learn about horse racing, where do you go? You go to Kevin Gorg. Kevin, what do you have for us in the opener?
Well, Jeffrey, I'm just happy that we're back after that tough weekend with the heat. Really excited to get to this 10-race card tonight. And, keeping a close eye on the body language of the horses. All 5 of these horses on their best behavior so far. Right now we're getting a good look at Coastal Kid, who's been saddled and soon to come out and parade around the paddock for us. This horse has good dirt form, has done okay on a wet track, 1 second-place finish from a couple of starts on a wet track. And do note, main track is sloppy. We got the braided mane in play for Coastal Kid, who's got some stalking speed. I'm with Angela. Inside part of the track could be pesky early. Keep an eye on that. And I'm on the 2 here. I hope Happy Dancer can work out a trip. I'm going to trust Eduardo Gallardo to do just that. Valerie Lund, the conditioner, second time off the layoff, ran a good second to D'Angelo last time out, and this horse is bred up and down to love a wet track. This is the grandson of Super Saver, who won that Kentucky Derby on a wet track back in the day for Todd Pletcher. I'll try Happy Dancer at a decent price right now of 5-2. What do we do with Classify? I'm against Classify here, but I would not be surprised if the horse bounces back. He was 3-5 against virtually the same type of field last time. He's knocked heads at Gulfstream Park. He's been to Saratoga. He's been to Oaklawn. He's been to Tampa. And he also should love this wet track. He's got some good bloodlines for it. He's got one start on a wet track. That was a 77 Beyer speed figure. Fans all over Classify at 7-5. I'm going to take a stand against him, but again, with Mac Robertson and Harry Hernandez, that usually doesn't end well. So we'll see how it plays out at 6-5. Haunted Haze is virtually being ignored at the windows, and I don't know why. I've got this horse right in the mix in my top 3 placings, and here's another horse that is bred brilliantly for a wet track. First time that he stepped on it, but I liked his race last time out, albeit against softer competition. Went off at 6-1 and just ran a huge race. I caught him that day, so I respect him. I think 5-1 is a fair price, but the lone speed might be outside, and I think Haunted Haze is fast, but I think when Street Warrior is on his game, he might be faster. Outside with speed might be where you want to be on a deep, wet, sloppy track. So I think Street Warrior is the horse to beat here, and I'm going to use the 2 and the 5, mix in the 4 on my B ticket for the pick 5, but I'm really focused on Happy Dancer and Street Warrior. And Constantino Roman had a sneaky good week of racing here the last 3 or 4 times we've been together. In fact, brought in a couple of big prices on the turf, so he's really starting to ride at a high level, and he might have lone speed in Street Warrior. You're seeing Haunted Haze getting a little wound up down here, but really these horses behaving well in the paddock, and I think it's an important night to take a look at a couple things. How is speed playing? Always important in the first couple of races to keep an eye on that, and then take a look at where these horses are winning. Are they in the inside near the rail, which I doubt on a wet track, but maybe they're in the 2-path. Maybe they're even wider. Keep an eye on that trend and adjust your betting accordingly. There's the speedy Street Warrior. Angela's on that one. Jeff likes Classify. I like Happy Dancer. So it's one of those small, pesky fields where really you can make a case for all 5. And you've got to make some tough decisions because this race starts our pick 4. Pick 4s and pick 5s here have been very bountiful at Canterbury. We are off the turf, and we're on a sloppy track. We've got 10 great races for you. Right now they head down the tunnel. Soon they'll be on the track, and we'll get the call to the post. Good luck and enjoy your night at beautiful Canterbury Park.
And they're walking onto that sloppy main track for the first race, beginning our first pick 4. We have no scratches or rider changes, and they'll be to the gate 5 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, racing at Canterbury Park is provided in part by Apple Autos, Tri-State Bobcat, Jim Beam, John Deere, Quick Trip. The first is provided by Loeffler. We also thank Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and Pepsi. Be to the gate about a minute from now. And they've reached the gate. It is now post time for Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Welcome to our featured groups. They include Abdo, Gray Bar, Stratasys, Gallagher's Intern Night at the Races, the Pioneer Team outing, iSpace Environments, Zimmler, the Insurance Brokerage Event, Lighthouse Management, and Principal Asset Management. Into the gate for the first. In the slop, the first of 10 with pick 4 wagering soon. All righty now. Those of you here in Shakopee, welcome. Those of you taking in the signal nationwide, welcome to racing at Canterbury Park. First time we've run in a week. We canceled a couple of cards over the weekend due to extreme heat. And here we are on Wednesday looking at 10 after a very rainy day this part of Minnesota, rendering the main track sloppy. We're off the turf. Pick 5 wagering in race 2 with the nation low 10% takeout. Here is Street Warrior, last in line, ready to splash at CBY. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Haunted Haze pops out speedily in search of 2 in a row. Street Warrior to the outside of that one, then the inside Coastal Kid, and splitting those runners, Happy Dancer and Eddie G. Now they separate themselves, and Street Warrior tries to run away. Street Warrior gets down to the inside and puts the pedal to the metal, opening up by 4. Haunted Haze watches that one now from 5 out of it. Classify is zooming up to the outside of Haunted Haze. Coastal Kid still a narrow second. Number 4, Haunted Haze, just had to check badly, lost about 2 lengths. The field is covered by 7 as they hit the top of the stretch and around about the quarter pole. Street Warrior and Constantino Roman still calling the shot. Spotless Cap to boot. Classify and the leading rider roll up to second to the outside. Then it's Happy Dancer and Coastal Kid. They're inside the final 150, and it is Street Warrior finding the highway home. Street Warrior prevails and wins it easily from Classify, and Happy Dancer ran third. Number 5, Street Warrior. Flashy and splashy. Photography for the rest. It's 5-3-2-1. It's 5-3-2-1. Street Warrior, Classify, Happy Dancer, Coastal Kid. 110-7-8. Official. Street Warrior fought the fight for those who kept the faith and finished the race first. Here he comes into the winner's circle with Constantino Roman. The winning owners, Suzanne Stables, who also bred the 4-year-old in Minnesota. Street Warrior is a chestnut son of Barbados out of some silver gal. The winning trainer, Joe Burnt. Race 2 is 20 minutes from now. We're off the turf. The distance is okay. Scratch numbers 4 and 6. Race 2, scratch numbers 4 and 6. We're on a sloppy main track. Pick 5 wagering on races 2 through 6. Right in front of 6 o'clock. And welcome to Canterbury Park. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Haunted Haze pops out speedily in search of 2 in a row. Street Warrior to the outside of that one, then the inside Coastal Kid, and splitting those runners, Happy Dancer and Eddie G. Now they separate themselves, and Street Warrior tries to run away. Street Warrior gets down to the inside and puts the pedal to the metal, opening up by 4. Haunted Haze watches that one now from 5 out of it. Classify is zooming up to the outside of Haunted Haze. Coastal Kid still a narrow second. Number 4, Haunted Haze, just had to check badly, lost about 2 lengths. The field is covered by 7 as they hit the top of the stretch and around about the quarter pole. Street Warrior and Constantino Roman still calling the shot, spotless cap to boot. Classify and the leading rider roll up to second to the outside. Then it's Happy Dancer and Coastal Kid. They're inside the final 150, and it is Street Warrior finding the highway home. Street Warrior prevails and wins it easily from Classify, and Happy Dancer ran third.
Well, welcome out to the paddock after all that rain. The track is at least sloppy and playable, and the sunshine peeking through the clouds here. So maybe in Shakopee tonight, we're going to escape without any more drama as far as the weather goes, and we deserve it after all that heat last weekend. We did the right thing, kept the horses safe, and now we'll add a day on July the 2nd. Mark your calendars. We're going to race July the 2nd next Wednesday. I'm just starting to handicap that card. It looks spectacular. It'll be a 5 o'clock post. It's not on the website if you had the original calendar, and it's going to be added this week. So next Wednesday, join us here at the park. Really fun race here. 1 mile on the main track. So these races are always intriguing because the handicapping puzzle flips. The script is different. I stuck with the horse that I originally had on the turf. I wish we were running on grass with the one, Derry Goulin. I just didn't have anybody in this race that caught my eye for dirt. So I'm like, well, this is the horse I originally thought got the trip. I see a lot of speed in the race, and I see a horse that can sit a little bit off the pace and pounce. Not quite sure about the inside part of the track, but certainly in good form. Lost a photo last time to Grace Darlin. Has some okay dirt form in her career. And I'll try the one at what should be a fair price. Right now, 7-2 on Derry Goulin. Rainy day, cloudy day, they all say you got to bet the gray. And that big gray is Loopy. De Silva gets the call for Jose Silva. So Jose's got the inside too, and this is where his go-to jockey shows up. So I'm trying to buck that trend. And boy, does the two make a nice impression down here in the paddock. She's got lots of early speed. Her dirt form is a little clouded up, but she does have 6 starts on a wet track, and she's hit the board in a couple. 6-5 seems a little skinny, but certainly can't fault anybody like the Oracle who like Loopy. Raven's Quest is the 3 with Zeke Laura. She's blessed with a ton of speed. She's on the stretch out. I think she'll be prominent, and she's got good dirt form. 11 starts in the dirt, 7 for 11 in the trifecta. She's never been on a wet track, but she's bred for it. I think 7-1 is a fair price. If you like her, the dirt from the turf certainly isn't going to move you off her. That's one thing I know for certain. 5 is Smooching. Carlo Lopez gets the call for Ryan Kenny. 3 of her 5 career wins are on the dirt, so the switch in surface probably benefited Smooching. Like a lot of horses in here, she is blessed with some natural speed, and I think the pace is going to be super interesting as they separate themselves on this wet track, but the dirt will not be a problem, and 5-1. I was torn on Anna Lee. I think Anna Lee is the classiest horse in this race, and she's got all kinds of skill. The dirt doesn't bother her either. She's got to win on a wet track, and she's got to win on a fast track. The pace, to me, is the question mark. There is a lot of speed in here. If she can work out the trip, that class may tell. She absolutely, in my opinion, is the horse to beat, and she's 2-1. The only question I have is the pace of the race. Every night when you come to Canterbury, you better circle race 2. It's the most important race of the night, every race day at Canterbury, because it starts the pick 5. And the pick 5, in my opinion, the best bet in horse racing, and Canterbury is the best place to do it because of our 10% takeout. We had a pick 5 last week, pay over $40,000. The pick 5 starts right now. You can't win it if you don't get in it. Right now, the horses have left the paddock area. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the silky smooth and sometimes slippery stylings of our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. All righty now. That was beautiful, Lynn. Thank you very much. Hey, happy Wednesday to you, my brother. Race 2 off the turf, main track sloppy. Sands 4 and 6. Mighty Mighty, too hot to stop, stayed in their barns. Pick 5 wagering with a nation low takeout. It's only 50 cents, and it's only 5 minutes from now.
Good evening, Canterbury from the Winner's Circle. We're going to play a quick game before we get to the second. It's called the Card Race Against the Clock. And today we have Rob playing. He's going to be starting behind the line back here. And when I say go, you're going to race to the giant playing cards. You're going to try to find the hidden ace and the hidden jack. And if you can do both in 45 seconds, you're going to win a daily double pack and a pack of cards. We've got our timer over here. You've heard the rules. Are you ready? All right, Rob, go find that ace and that jack. Go. Go right ahead. All right, you got 45 seconds. He's going through a big pile of cards. Scoop bag, yeah, put them out there for the camera to see. You're almost there. 45 seconds. What time do we got? All right, we got 30 seconds left. He found the ace. You got to find that jack. Come on, Rob, find it, find it. Help him. Help him out. He needs to find the jack. Come on, Rob. Come on, Rob, find that jack. Find that jack. 20 seconds left. You got to find the jack. Very well done, and with time to spare. Good job, Rob. Yeah, beautiful. He hustled for that money. Enjoy that daily double pack and the cards. Well done. Do you have a pick for this upcoming second race?
Number 2, Loopy.
All right, Loopy it is. Congratulations. Good job. Hope you win with Loopy as well. You got 3 minutes to get in your bets for the second. Oh, absolutely. And we are now 3 minutes away from race number 2. There's my pick 5 ticket on the screen. Don't have a ton of time to go through it, but there's a lot of speed involved in that ticket. And as you saw in the first race, that is probably going to be an asset, at least early in this card. Keep an eye on the track conditions. And that is my $36 play. Kevin talked a little bit more about the pick 5 too. You have 2 minutes left to bet this 50-cent, 10% takeout pick 5.
It's post time. Into the gate for the second, courtesy of Apple Autos and Comcast Xfinity. Ravens Quest, smooching. Two back. Smooching. And the Minnesotan, Anna Lee. Our starter is Oscar Quitos. It's time for the Schumann Family Classic. And they're racing. Derry Goulin off slowly. Great beginning for the 8-year-old Loopy. Loopy drifting out and, in fact, blowing the turn out in path 5 now. That is Loopy, the white horse for now, pending the sloppy track. Loopy flying around the turn and doing so very wide. Anna Lee is a fast Minnesotan but can't keep up with Loopy as they corner. Inside of that one is Ravens Quest. Then we come back to smooching to the outside of Derry Goulin. Fausto de Silva getting Loopy to settle down, still nearing the center of the track. Path 4 or 5 for the white horse Loopy, and Loopy leads it by 1 and change. Ravens Quest sneaks up on the inside, and so does Derry Goulin. Outside of that is Anna Lee, and the one in last is smooching. Last of the 5 and about 7 out of it as Loopy continues to let combatants sneak up on the inside, and Ravens Quest has taken full advantage, and Loopy's now back in third. The complexion changes off the far turn. Ravens Quest, Derry Goulin, Ravens Quest, and it's a Silva Jr. Civil War as they approach the top of the stretch. It's a Silva War with a quarter of a mile to go. Loopy's dropping out of it, likewise for Anna Lee, and nothing from smooching. Down to 2 into the final 3/16. Ravens Quest and Zeke Lara the inside. Derry Goulin and Danny Vergara to the outside into the final furlong. Derry Goulin and Ravens Quest. Derry Goulin has taken the lead. Ravens Quest just stopped. And Derry Goulin will splash into the winner's circle. 1, 3, and smooching up for third. Number 1, Derry Goulin first. 1:357 in 1:42.81. It's unofficial. Official. Race number 3 on the sloppy main track, about 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. And the third race is courtesy of Anheuser-Busch. 5-1 double, $14. Up to the winner's enclosure, Derry Goulin and Daniel Vergara. The winning owner and trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, for every 16-ounce can of Budweiser beer purchased here at Canterbury, $1 is donated to the Folds of Honor Foundation. And that foundation supports families of America's fallen and disabled veterans and first responders. Thank you, Folds of Honor, and thank you, Anheuser-Busch. We have a bell ringer. We have a bell ringer. Go on and ring that bell. Well done. That means at least $100 to the Canterbury Park Chaplaincy Backside Foundation, courtesy of Jose Silva Jr. Don't forget to head to the bookkeeper to finalize the situation for the grooms on the backside. Thank you very much. And they're racing. Derry Goulin off slowly. Great beginning for the 8-year-old Loopy. Loopy drifting out and, in fact, blowing the turn out in path 5 now. That is Loopy, the white horse, for now, pending the sloppy track. Loopy flying around the turn and doing so very wide. Anna Lee is a fast Minnesotan, but can't keep up with Loopy as they corner. Inside of that one is Raven's Quest. Then we come back to Smooching to the outside of Derry Goulin. Fausto de Silva getting Loopy to settle down, still nearing the center of the track, path 4 or 5 for the white horse Loopy, and Loopy leads it by 1 and change. Raven's Quest sneaks up on the inside, and so does Derry Goulin. Outside of that is Anna Lee, and the one in last is Smooching, last of the 5 and about 7 out of it, as Loopy continues to let combatants sneak up on the inside, and Raven's Quest has taken full advantage, and Loopy's now back in 3rd. The complexion changes off the far turn. Raven's Quest, Derry Goulin, Raven's Quest, and it's a Silva Jr. Civil War as they approach the top of the stretch. It's a Silva War with a quarter of a mile to go. Loopy's dropping out of it, likewise for Anna Lee, and nothing from Smooching. Down to 2 into the final 3/16. Raven's Quest and Zeke Lara the inside. Derry Goulin and Danny Vergara to the outside into the final furlong. Derry Goulin and Raven's Quest. Derry Goulin has taken the lead. Raven's Quest just stopped, and Derry Goulin will splash into the winner's circle. 1, 3, and Smooching up for 3rd. Ladies and gentlemen, take note, Canterbury Park has canceled races 3 through 7, and we will be running races 8 through 10, our quarter horse trial races. Payoffs through the first two, and with some of the exotics stretching past race 2 coming up shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the wagers, beginning with race number 1, given Canterbury Park has canceled the remaining thoroughbred races. And once we get the quarter horses and the riders and everybody squared away for the trials that we are going to run, 3 of them, races 8 through 10 in your program, we don't have the payoffs for some of these wagers yet, but we will shortly. But listen closely. Regarding the first race, pick 3, we will be paying 5 with 1 with all. Regarding the pick 4 that began in race 1, we will be paying 5 with 1 with all with all. Now to race 2. The double will be paid 1 with all. And the pick 3 that began in race 2 is completely refunded. We are refunding the pick 3 that began in race 2, and we also are refunding our pick 5 that began in race number 2. We will have the payoffs for the first race, pick 3 and pick 4, and the race 2 double shortly. Take note the payoffs for the race 1, pick 3, and pick 4 are on television monitors. Likewise for the race 2 daily double. Now the first of 3 quarter horse trial races take off about 25 minutes from now.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you from the beautiful TV studio here in the press box, and certainly looking forward to these quarter horse dashes. They are trying to qualify for a race later this summer worth nearly $60,000. And listen, we're out here all weekend, last weekend with the heat, keeping the horses safe, and tonight with the thoroughbred jockeys, with the turns and everything involved in thoroughbred racing, they deemed it not safe for those thoroughbreds to do that on a very, very wet racetrack that took in over 2.5 inches of rain this afternoon. Yeah. We are anticipating by the weekend, with some good weather ahead, not only a more fast racetrack, but a turf course that's going to host some great stakes races Saturday. But let's focus on the cues here, Ange. We don't see a lot of small fields with quarter horse racing. This is very atypical, but a 4-horse quarter horse race to start us out.
Well, and we did have a scratch out of here, so we are down to 4. So that limits your options in betting. No show, no try, no super. But it spread out like this because these are trials. They're racing the clock in here to get to the MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity, and they go 350 yards. Not a distance that all of them have seen up to this point, and there's different elements to it. There was an interesting note, actually, between these two races. There was a full brother and sister racing in the two trials. Relentless Mogal is scratched out of here, or Mogal, I don't know, and Hollywood is a full sister to that one. You know how quarter horses can work. But back to this one, I thought that this would be the most difficult trial maybe to get multiple qualifiers from. There's just a little less experience with some of these, and it's not as long as 350. Now, I ended up on Jenny D in this spot. And of course, you look at Jason Olmstead, and he does have quite the loaded hand in this group. Now, he's all that. I thought ran, a little bit better at first asking, but it was back in April. That was against State Breds. And Jenny D made a later debut to the races. She didn't really get going that great from the outside of the
choppy.
gate. Yeah. I mean, she really didn't get her engine going. She moved in a little bit. Now she's on the outside. At least you won't get bumped from one side. And I had to lean that way just because I thought that Louisiana Down Perry would take a lot of money. And right now he is your 7-5 favorite. That is your selection in here. Why do you like Louisiana Down Perry?
I think in a situation like this, experience matters, and she's proven that she can run. Her debut was really good. Ran a great second at nearly 29-1 down at Remington. That was back in March. They gave her a little rest, came back in late May. She made a nice move early in the race. She faded late. She still went off at 4-1 off that great debut, so she was facing a salty bunch. Second time off the layoff, trying to qualify for a big stakes race. I'm bullish. I thought this horse stood out on paper. And again, I respect Olmstead having the bookenders here. This guy has dominated quarter horse racing at Canterbury here the last handful of summers. But I really believe Haley's got the right horse here in the 2 Louisiana Down Perry.
Well, and he's all that just came on screen. He's a nice-looking horse, and this is just going to be start number 2. He didn't make up too much ground in his debut. I didn't like the inside draw, but I think just with the mud that we have, we're going to watch where the gate is. It's not going to be normally, or where it normally is as far inside. That will help. Now, Louisiana Down Perry, your horse, I really liked in this spot, and I thought would take a lot of money, but the one in between them is a Little Bit Restless. And Little Bit Restless is a filly that has a couple of starts. I think she's just been left behind by some nice horses, but you can see some repeat winners in her line, and just really going up and down the line, there isn't that much that separates this group, and that's why the board looks like it does. And if you're going to try to construct an exacta, would you use the 1 or the 3 in addition to your 2? Or I guess you have the 4 underneath, but I mean, in trying to assess value and trying to make some wagers in here, would you bother with an exacta, or are you going to put all your chips on the deuce?
No, I'm going to single the 2, and I'm going to play a big pick 3 here with these quarter horse trials. I'm going to spread as it goes on. I think the races, 4-horse field, I don't want to go too deep here, and even exactas get, I think, minimized a little bit with the smaller field. So I'm going to single the 2. I'm going to spread and do a pick 3 and maybe try to do a larger pick 3 with my top picks, because as I looked at this race, the more I looked, the more I like the 2. And if I'm wrong, then I go back to the drawing board and play the late double. But I'm going to single the 2. If you played an exact, Ange, would you key your 4 over one other horse, or would you wheel the 4 over the field and hope for an upset?
I don't know if I would play. I would just play Jenny D to win. To be honest, if I was going to play this race, I would play Jenny D to win. I did do a pick 3 earlier, and obviously I would recommend playing that right along with you, but I didn't want to echo your sentiments. But I thought 5-2 with the scratch, that's fine. You can see she's a good-sized mare, but
she looks really good in the paddock too.
It's only her second start, and both your top pick and the 3 both have 2 to them. I just think that the bigger step might lie here at least for a young horse like this. And if Jenny D can figure things out, I like the outside positioning for her. I just hope she doesn't make a right. And sometimes that's what you can get with 2-year-olds. If they haven't done this very much, they want to, run away and get some space a little bit. They tend to break out a touch. So maybe if she can keep herself straight, she could pull a mild upset. But no surprise to see the board pretty much even across the board, except for the 7-5 favorite, Louisiana Down Perry.
Should be a fun race. 350 yards, as Angela mentioned, adroitly. They're racing the clock. 3 races to decide it. Every millisecond matters. They'll be at the gate inside 6 minutes. Guess what? You get to make money on these races. Thank you for sticking around and playing. Here are the selections from all the experts throughout the press box. We'll be back in a few minutes to take you through the results of this one and preview the late daily double. It's quarter horse racing. It's coming up next at Canterbury.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, some hot quarter horse action. 3 consecutive races with quarter horses contesting the clock to qualify for the $57,000 Minnesota Quarter Horse Racing Association Stallion Auction Futurity. Best of luck to all the combatants. The first trial race about 3 minutes from now. They've reached the gate. It's now post time for the first of three MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity Trial races. Louisiana Down Perry is the 4-5 favorite. And they're moving in line. One out. Jenny D. Right next to a little bit restless. And they're racing, and the quartet came off squarely. He's all that, living up to the name. Louisiana Down Perry is out of it. Meanwhile, Little Bit Restless at 8-1 to the outside of He's All That. They hit it together. He's All That prevails. Photo finish. Number one, He's All That first, 1-3-2-4. 18.46, the time at which to shoot after the first of three trial races for the $57,000 MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity. It's unofficial. And the eighth race is official. $1-3 exacta, $18.60. The ninth is the Wednesday penultimate and the second of three trial races. No scratches, no jockey changes. Be to the gate about 20 minutes from now. Walking into the winner's circle soon He's All That, and Ramiro Garcia. The winning owner, Brenda Reiswig, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. The penultimate, 19 from now. And they're racing, and the quartet came off squarely. He's All That, living up to the name. Louisiana Down Perry is out of it. Meanwhile, Little Bit Restless at 8-1 to the outside of He's All That. They hit it together. He's All That prevails.
Well, the old Hall of Famer himself, Jeff Madej, gave out the one horse. He was the only guy on the grid. Congratulations, Jeffrey. Once again, you have proven nobody better when it comes to handicapping the Qs. Keep an eye on those picks all season long. And here we go, Ange. We get down to the late daily double. You know, again, this is one of those races with horses very lightly raced. These are all fillies, which is interesting. Eligible for either, but this is all fillies in this trial. And I really like the horse I selected. It didn't work out for me with the horse last race, but I think Hollywood's going to be a handful.
Yeah, well, we both agree on Hollywood, and she only has one start, but it was a very nice start.
Looked good.
Did you watch it?
Yes.
Yeah, broke fast. She drifted in on her left lead. She was moving well. I mean, she held on just long enough to win, but again, that was start number 1, and it was at 3:30. It's not easy to do that at Remington. It's not easy to do that against that class of horse, and it was pretty recently. She's a very pretty little filly. I want to get a look at her when she comes out. She's a little blondie. I'm sure that's why she's named the way that she is. The other interest that I had in here, and I know that you don't have this horse in your top 3, but I think you should, that's Relentless Lady right next door. Relentless Lady has 2 starts. Big edge on the horses who have 1 in this spot. And Relentless Lady with 3 S's probably got a lot out of her first start. It was a 250-yard race. She was pushed out, drifted around. I mean, she was the only one to win her next race, but that was one heck of a turnaround. I mean, she ran absolutely perfect last time. Straight, fast, and true. She won going away. And I think that Relentless Lady at 350 and breaking her maiden has another advantage in that. She and Hollywood were the 2 standouts in here. But if you're going to go to second for you, I also used Baby Got Good at Goodbye in the mix. And this is start number 2 for this Ed Ross Hardy filly. Your thoughts?
Yeah, see, I like Hollywood a lot, but I thought the 2-horse in her debut ran a really good race. She was off at 10-1. She barely lost, finished third, beaten less than a full length. And listen here, it's Ed Ross Hardy. And, Ramirez stays right here. He got to ride her on debut, which I thought was super important. So I respect the 5. I understand where you're going there. You're probably going to get a good price. But to me, it was a 2-horse race on paper, the 2 and the 4. And then I think when the dust settles and these horses leave the gate, it's going to be the 2 and the 4 that hit the wire together again. They both looked super talented on debut. And as you always talk about, and I completely agree with, start 1 to start 2 is where you can see the most improvement. And if those debuts were any kind of a signal, both these fillies look like they've got some real talent.
Absolutely. And Baby Got Good at Goodbye was also running against some horses who had run before. And the top 2 finishers, both of the horses that beat her, were the only 2 with previous experience. This one had her head turned to the right a little bit while she was going down the stretch, but she still beat the rest of those first-time starters. That, too. An impressive performance. I didn't give her the edge over the 2 to her outside just because, usually where I want horses to break at Canterbury, but Baby Got Good at Goodbye certainly has every right to improve and overtake some of the competition that have maybe some higher figures or to her outside, but there's still a few more in this field. I mean, you have to talk about Jason Olmstead's. We'll just start in the inside horse with 3-1 Relentless Cachet. Now, this is kind of a bigger filly, and I haven't seen her move around, or at least it looked like she was. She was took her a little while to get into motion, maybe get all of the engine fired up. I would think maybe 350 would help because that debut was only 300, but it was also in the mud.
That's the big advantage I see right now is she has a try in the mud on a wet track, which nobody else does.
But she ran 5th. I mean, and
but beating a length and a quarter, right? I mean, she was
Garcia's
terrible.
on the outside horse. I just found some reasons to use her underneath, but there she is, and she's making a good appearance in the paddock. It could be aces. It could be 1-1 in this double.
She looks great. Look at her bouncing around the paddock. That's a really good-looking racehorse.
Yeah, and she broke well enough in that first start. Just couldn't quite keep herself in the race. But I still, like you said, think that improvement is very possible from start 1 to start 2, and we'll find out what she does from the inside. Now, the next horse we haven't talked about is Blushing Native. Blushing Native had some quick works in the morning, or at least that one on May 14th, but that was a few days before her debut, and she broke from the outside. That was the problem last race with Jenny D that I had. I was worried maybe she would take a right, and Blushing Native did that day. She kind of wandered out, but then once she straightened out, she was making some inches at the end. That was only 250. She gets more yardage to deal with today. And I would think that this is going to be one of the field's long shots. She's 7-1 at the moment. Would you give her a shot and maybe your exact or your try?
Well, for sure. Anything Haley Hobbs puts on the racetrack, I'm going to pay attention to. And really impressed with this young trainer here the last couple of seasons. Canterbury had a chance to interview her a couple of weeks ago in the winner's circle after a stakes win. So debuts are learning experiences, and when you've got bigger prizes on the mind down the road and you're a trainer that always focuses at Canterbury, which in her young career she certainly has, I would not sleep on the 3 to at least get a piece here. I didn't like the exotic menu in our first quarter horse trial. This is a far different race. There's some meat on that exotic bone here. So if you want to try some exactas or trifectas here, I think it's a very fun race for that.
I'm just getting a look at Hollywood on the screen right now. She, too, like her stablemate, is prancing around. But another stablemate that they have in here is the outside runner. And this is the one that we haven't talked about quite yet. You have She's Got This in third. And in watching that back, I mean, she debuted before some of these ones, and that's always a good sign. You know, the money's at 2 with quarter horses, and she debuted in April. She wasn't beat by too much. She outbroke that field really nicely. She just maybe, I don't know, froze. It's a first-time start. Maybe she went, whoa, 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 where is everybody? And looks like we have a little action from Relentless Lady. She is very, very much on her toes.
On her toes, a good way to put it.
On edge.
Keep an eye on her. Our television crew does an awesome job of following these horses in their warm-up, which is important. And I'll be honest, of all the horses I've seen in the paddock, is that a riderless? Oh, yeah, they're going to put the jockey on. No, I thought maybe it was a headless horseman. But, yeah, the one horse to me, and again, this 6 is wound up. These are 2-year-olds. This is not anything that we haven't seen before, but just keep an eye on the warm-up. That's the most important part once they get the jockey aboard. And Garcia gets off the 1 to ride the 6, but I got to tell you, the 1 looks spectacular. I'm still sticking with my 4 as my top pick, but the 1 looked great in the paddock. Kind of like last race. Jeff Maday's 1, who got the victory, looked great in the paddock as well. We'll see if that translates. It's late daily double time. All kinds of great exotic wagers to chomp into here. And there's the grid, and Paul Allen trying to buck the trend, but I'm glad we're with Jeff Maday, the Hall of Famer, on the 4 with us at the gate in 5. Don't get shut out.
Onto the sloppy racetrack for the 9th, the second of 3 MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity Trials. They've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the penultimate and Dr. Dan's late double. Final two live races tonight. Trials as they race against the clock in search of qualification for a $57,000 quarter horse stakes race in a few weeks. The time at which they are shooting, 18.46. Moving in. And they're racing from the inside. Relentless Cachet came out quickly. So did Hollywood. And between them, Baby got good at goodbye. Far outside, She's Got This. But it's Hollywood drifting all over the track, but darting into the winner's circle. Into the winner's enclosure, Hollywood and Armando Alvarez. The winning owners, Tom and Bill Maher, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. That final time of 17.98, the fastest of the 2 qualifying heats so far, and we have 1 to go. Race 9, still unofficial. And the 9th race is cashable. 9th race cashable. 10th race, final live race this wet Wednesday. Scratch number 5, Rowdy. Number 5, Rowdy, out of race number 10. And they're racing from the inside. Relentless Cachet came out quickly. So did Hollywood. And between them, Baby got good at goodbye. Far outside, she's got this. But it's Hollywood drifting all over the track, but darting into the winner's circle.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you to take you through the lucky last. Final qualifier, we take out the 5, Rowdy. Rowdy is scratched. Angela, I thought this race came down to the inside 2 markers, Streak and me. Corazon?
Corazon.
Corazon, like Corazon. And I really like McGregor a lot. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I like McGregor a whole lot too. You can see our numbers are very similar. We have the same exact in here. And McGregor makes a lot of sense. I mean, the winner in his debut was the only runner with a previous start. We talked about that last race. But he stutter stepped out of the gate. I mean, he flew, put a length on the field early. He couldn't hold off the top 2, but he only lost by less than a length to him. Followed that up with a really nice follow-up effort. He broke fine. He drifted a little bit on his left lead, tried to pass the winner, just got so close. He doesn't need to take much more of a step forward to beat these, and I do like that he's outside of streaking in Mi Corazon, but he broke perfect. He ran perfect in his debut. And then just for some reason on May 15th, couldn't quite pull the same thing. That was a nice allowance group, though. And I found little to separate these two as far as numbers and things go. There just might be some little things you like about one or the other that might lean you that way. But I think that they'll be pretty even on the board by the time they get to the gate.
If anybody else is going to hop in there, I thought both the 3 and the 4 made some sense. The 3 is an Olmsted charge that ran a much improved start in start number 2. Didn't love the mud, which is a bit pesky for me tonight, but Kindling certainly improved rapidly in that last start.
Yeah, it ran a lot better. He's just outrun by some nice horses, and she kept a straight course. She broke fine. Seems like she learned quite a bit from that first start, and start number 2 did go better. I think she'd probably have to take a bigger step than her stablemate and maybe a couple others in here, including the Arizona bred of the bunch, the 4 One Cash Icon, who didn't have the best of starts. He was shoved in at the beginning of his debut for quite a few strides. I mean, they wouldn't let up. He couldn't make a forward move from there, but definitely showed what he was worth in that second start. Stayed clear of any trouble to his inside. I mean, he won by 2. That's a lot anyway, but especially in terms of quarter horses.
Yeah, beat State Breds, which to me was the reason I had him further down my depth chart. I had him 4th. I've got the race 2, 1, 3, 4, but I love when a horse can open up a couple lengths like that. Got a speed index of 64, which really puts him right in the conversation with those inside 2 markers. I just believe McGregor has run 2 really good races, and even though he's still a maiden and there are a couple of winners in here, looks like a horse that's sitting on a big try.
Right. I completely agree. And I mean, the Olmsted camp comes with a lot of horses. McGregor has been one of the ones of this whole group that's nominated here that's run very well. He's a maiden, but that doesn't mean much in this context. I don't think he will be after 10 minutes.
Jeff Madej flexing his quarter horse knowledge muscle. He's got the 2. He's looking to sweep the pick 3. That's why he's HOF. We're back Saturday. It's Northern Stars Turf Festival night. It's going to be awesome. We race at 5 o'clock. Sunday's Family Day. Yes, the Basset Hounds are coming. CanterburyPark.com for the details. We'll see you then.
Best in the land, best in show, Canterbury bugler Lynn Diker. Thanks, bud. See you tomorrow. Onto the track for the 10th final trial race. Scratch number 5. Hey, what's going on? Let's go to chasing here at the Canterbury Park Trial Central with the final race of the card and the final of 3 quarter-horse racing trials. This is courtesy of Crown Royal. Now, here's the deal. In the final of these 3 trials, it's for a stakes race that has the longest name in the history of stakes racing. It's the Minnesota Quarter Horse Racing Association Stallion Auction Futurity. Think about it. By the time an announcer gets that out, there are like 3 Olmsteads hitting the wire together. So in honor of this stakes, the stakes qualifier, with 61 letters in it, we, of course, are going to take the horse with the longest name in the race. All 15 letters of Streakin' Mi Corazon, numero uno in race 10. That's how the chaser rolls. Two minutes to the Hashimoto. Don't get shut out. The Emma Schumann is next. Approaching the gate for the Samurai Cause. One minute, the friendly and kind in a minute. They're at the gate. It's race time. McGregor, even money. Three in, two back, one out. Your favorite TO. Last in. Here they come. And did it go? Square beginnings, and Kindling came out on fire. Streaking me Corazon to the inside, and also firing is McGregor between them outside. Your favorite TO. 2 and 3 to the line together. Pay Kindling at 5-1. $18-14 the final time. Photo finish. The top time qualifier for the MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity will be Hollywood, winner of race 9, 17.98. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 3, Kindling. 3-6-2-1. And Mother Nature's debacle is official. Up to the winner's circle, Kindling and Armando Alvarez. The winning owners, Kavanaugh Quarter Horse LLC. And the winning trainer, winning 3 consecutive races, Jason Olmstead. Ladies and gentlemen, Saturday at 5, a big night of stakes racing. Sunday, family day at 1, and we race Basset Hounds along with Thoroughbreds. Thank you for joining us. If you're leaving the racetrack, please do so safely. And did it go? Square beginnings, and Kindling came out on fire. Streaking Me Corazon to the inside, and also firing is McGregor between them outside. Your favorite T.O. 2 and 3 to the line together. Pay Kindling at 5 to 1.